Go. Leah, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Awo. Commissioner Awo is not with us right now, but he'll be joining us shortly. Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaapu is also, not with us yet. Okay, I'll come back around to him. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Here.
Commissioner Awo.
Aye.
And Chair Ayla.
Aye.
We have 8 members present. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Let's back up. I was looking at the agenda, but let's go through the disclaimers. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference, moderated by me, Chairman William Ayla Jr. from the DHHL office in Halepono'i, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii, and today's date is Wednesday, February the 17th, 2021. It is now 9:35 a.m. Pursuant to emergency proclamation issued by the Governor, Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 92 regarding public agency meetings and records is currently suspended to the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. Quick question for Commissioner Kaapu. Were you able to review the, oh, he's not on. Okay. We'll save the approval for the July 12th minutes later when he gets on. There were 2 public testimonies received overnight. Both of those were updated to the commission cloud folders. One was on a thank you for the resolution for Mayor Billy Kinoy. The other one was in opposition to gaming. There will be a contested case deliberation following this meeting. It should be no longer than 30 minutes. We believe it'll be shorter than that. We will begin with agenda item C5 for decision making. I will ask for a motion to consider staff recommendation.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Dennis.
Yes. I have some questions for the AG. Can we move this into executive session? Either do it now or do it later. I have some questions on the process.
You have some legal questions.
Yes.
Okay. Are you gonna be able to this afternoon? Okay, we can do that. Ryan, are you okay?
Yes, however, for the public's sake, if we're going to be moving into executive session, I would just, put out what the subject matter is going to be.
Okay, subject matter is the approval of the budget amendment to cover implementations of the memorandum of agreement between Amerind Critical Infrastructure related to tribal broadband connectivity program and the 2.5 gigahertz licenses. That will be moved into executive session. Okay?
Okay.
We don't need a motion, do we? We just need a statement, correct?
Motion to move into exec session and vote as well.
But not at this moment, correct?
No, not at this moment. We can.
Okay.
Wait, are we going to go into exec session now?
Dennis, did you want to do it now or move it while we're having the discussion later on?
We don't have to do it now. We can move it into the executive session when we're ready to go to executive session.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item C6 if Hokule is here.
Hokule is on.
Okay. Agenda item C6 for information only, Hawaiian Homes Commission Policy Actions Project.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. This is Hokule Lindsay, Administrative Rules Officer for agenda item C6. This is I have a presentation. It's entitled the Hawaiian Homes Commission Policy Actions. And I'll share my PowerPoint screen with you folks. So it should be up now. And so this has been an ongoing project for several years that actually started with another staff member, Kamana'o, back in, I think, 2016. He subsequently left the department for other opportunities, and I picked this up last year. And so it's a tandem project of compiling Hawaiian Homes Commission policy actions, as well as pulling together and updating department operations. So just a quick roadmap of my presentation. I'm going to go through the purpose of the project, authorities affecting DHHL, the types of Hawaiian Homes Commission policy actions that I've been trying to identify, and kind of the rough categories that I've come up with to try to organize things. And those are two categories. One is commission policy and the other is operational policy. And I've got a few examples of those. And then finally, what would this look like? So the purpose is to compile the policies that have been adopted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, or by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. As I mentioned, Kamana'o previously started this, and he compiled policies from March 2007 to about March 2016. So when I started this, I went from April 2016 to September 2020, and as we keep going, and Leah has a chart of all of Hawaiian Homes Commission actions. So as that gets updated, then I'm updating this project to because her project shows the actions that have been taken and what has been passed. So I try to coordinate as she updates to also update my list. And so once we have all of these compiled, the idea is to coordinate somehow current and future policy actions, right? So if we know and have all of the policies that we know have been adopted, if we have them in an organized manner, then we can coordinate what we do in the future, and we can be more organized about how we develop commission policy. And then the final goal would be to maintain and review those policies regularly. So maybe annually, or however often the commission would like to review those policies. They can come up, maybe once a policy is 5 years old or something, we look at it again and see if it's still relevant. And I think that'll also help us have an idea of where the pukas are in our operations and in the authorities, what should be clarified. So in the end, we would like to have essentially a binder with all of this information in it so that it can be easily referenced for commissioners as well as staff members. So I thought kind of a logical place to start might be to pull together the authorities that impact what we do. So in two, again, general categories, our governing authorities, of course, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Hawaii Revised Statutes, and our administrative rules, which is Title 10 of the Hawaii Administrative Rules. And then we've got laws, case law, and other regulations and policies that impact what we do at the department, right? So just a few examples: the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act, the federal rules that implement the Recovery Act, which is 43 CFR Parts 47 and 48. And we've got NAHASDA and NAGPRA, any sort of funding and permitting and approval requirements that sometimes come with federal money. Again, any case law that impacts the department and what we do, and then other things that other state agencies have, right? So AG opinions, anything that DHERD has about hiring regulations, the procurement office, their rules, the governor's memorandums, all those things also impact what we do. So in this project, on the last slide, I'll show how this all kind of comes together. So we've got these legal authorities, and then sometimes in those authorities, there are gray areas which may not rise to the level of administrative rule. So we don't really want to create a rule, but they do require clarification. So the commission might step in and create a policy. And so the two, again, kind of rough categories that seem to make sense would be commission policies. Those kind of protect or advance the Hawaiian Homelands Trust or protect beneficiary interests. And then operational policies, which would confirm or guide operations at the department. So a few examples, a commission policy might be the Hawaiian Homes Commission Water Policy Plan. So the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act has sections that deal directly with water. And then there was the development of the Water Policy Plan, which the planning office kind of spearheaded and did beneficiary consultation, got input, formulated this policy plan. And then because of that policy plan, or out of that policy plan and its guidance, we have the work that the department does on water reservations, the development of the administrative rules, and work on our lands that include watershed protection. Another example of a commission policy might be the NHQ policy, which we just did at the end of last year. So we have the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which tells us 50% Hawaiians qualify. We have the administrative rules, which give us the application process and some of the documents that are needed to establish 50% Native Hawaiian ancestry. And then the applications branch in HSD has the operations that they go through to verify the kumuohana. And now we've, with the NHQ policy, the commission is kind of taking that authority back to confirm the department's determinations and protect beneficiary interests to ensure that the commission has stamped its approval and reviewed the NHQ for beneficiaries. And then an operational policy would probably be the administrative rule amendment process policy. So we have the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which tells us that the department can develop administrative rules to implement the act. The Hawaii Revised Statutes, which give us the process that we need to go through in terms of public hearing and what needs to be made public and how we consult with the public. And then the commission adopted the admin rule amendment policy, which details beneficiary consultation, as well as incorporating what's provided in the Hawaii Revised Statute. And then that policy feeds into how the department operates and does its rule amendment process. So in the end, as an example of what might be a table of contents, just taking HSD and the applications branch, because you will hear from them in a little while, we would have by branch or by division and by branch, their operations. So what each branch or division does. So for applications, they do NHQ, they do waitlist maintenance, and they do successorship. And then under each of those operations, we would have the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act sections that talk about that, any administrative rules that talk about that function, and then any Hawaiian Homes Commission policies that talk about that function. Right, so we would have all of those things kind of in one place, and then in a separate binder, we would have all of the HSD applications branch operations, and we would be able to cross-reference the two to see how they work in tandem, help to figure out what's missing, and then help to develop what we need going forward. So that is my presentation. If there are questions or any comments or discussion.
Commissioners?
Chair, Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Zach.
hopefully, would you be able to email this to me? Just-
The PowerPoint?
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Other commissioners? Questions? And as we are able to list the existing policies, then we'll have a manual for you. I see somebody's hand up, but I can't.
That's me, Dennis.
Oh, Dennis? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, so hopefully, it seems like a good project. I mean, it helps us find, especially for new commissioners, it helps us find out what's happened in the past and what policies we should be following. So is the plan also for each department to break out what's pertinent to that department, so they have a roadmap of what those policies are that apply to their area? For instance, for homestead, for the different divisions or branches, they would have policies that pertain to their area. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
idea. I think part of the plan, at least in my mind, how I'm thinking this out is because the divisions and the branches have their workload, I would take a first cut at it, and then they would, confirm what I have. And then, we've gone back, my work and Kamana'o's work, goes back to 2007. So I would also rely on the divisions for anything older that they work with.
Sure. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea, and it's something that the commission's been asking for is what's the policies or procedures for each one of the branches, and we haven't got that to this point. But this is a good start, and I think it helps us get us in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dennis. Just a quick reminder, Zachary, if you check your email and on the cloud folder, the PowerPoint presentation is listed there. We have David and then Michael next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Hokule. I understand the magnitude of the job that's before you still, because there's still a lot of work to do. And so are you going to be bringing like sections of policies before the commission so we can revisit some of them and decide if they're relevant, still usable, if they need to be redone? And I'm just trying to figure out, for purposes of trying to accomplish stuff in small bites, that might be the way to do it, as opposed to, bringing us a whole binder of policies and then, we just got to try and wade through it. So is that your idea?
It is now. No, but I think
You got one day to decide.
it was kind of panning out to work that way, I think, because we've been working on this, and the commission had some questions for the applications branch. So just because of the way that panned out, I think we're starting with applications branch discussion first.
Yeah. And what one example was, either last month or the month before, a policy that had been established, I don't know, in 1982 or something like that, as far as, if a spouse died, what do you do in that situation? We really do need to know all of those things that have been kind of sitting in the background and have never, at least in my time, have never been utilized. But if you're able to bring them forward, then I think we can make a really good attempt at trying to implement the policies, update them. But I appreciate all the work that you've had to put in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Hokule, for that presentation. So I also agree with Commissioner Neves that this is very helpful, especially for commissioners who weren't around when these policies were developed. I had a question with regards to all the examples you provided. We've had discussion about delegation by the commission to the chair. Is any of that will be inclusive of this project, or is that something different?
I think it would come up in the project because the administrative rules do list specific things that are delegated to the chair, and then the divisions kind of work and ask the commission for certain other delegations as well. So I believe it'll come up.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, I know that's something that us as commissioners were interested in, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Other commissioners, questions for Hokule? Patty? Patty, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Hokule, again, presentation. I'm going to echo Commissioner Ka'apu's concern. If we're good at bits and pieces to look at that and we can move forward together. My question is, in your proposal, will you also have like a guideline of state procurement process so we understand the process? In other words, process of bringing out RFPs, who has authority, process of MOUs and things like that, and amounts that come behind these RFPs or MOUs and how they should move forward. That's something that I'd like to understand, and maybe I had a different highlight from the state procurement side, but I think that would be helpful when we look at projects move forward. It will give us an idea how these RFPs work. So, it's just a comment, and, we can further look at that avenue. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Patty. Other commissioner questions?
Chair.
Yes, Pauline?
Yes. Okay, Hokule, do the employees or the supervisors, are they able to come to you to check on policies that they have a question about before they present it to the commission to see if they're actually valid policies?
That hasn't been the practice. I think because currently each division kind of houses the policies that impact them. So this is really the first that I know of effort to, bring them all together into one binder and one compiled piece.
Okay, so let's hope that that'll happen, because I don't think that the policies that they're bringing forward to us that we don't know if they're valid policies or where they came from would be a good thing for that to happen anymore. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. If there's a question, I think on statute or admin rule interpretation, generally the division supervisors or administrators will consult with the AG's office. So that's the process that we do right now, but it looks like we can be inclusive of this additional process. Any other, Mike?
Thanks again, Chair. Just a quick question, Hokule. So I was just curious on the decision to use March 2007. Why not earlier, etc.?
As I recall, Kamana'o just took 10 years approximately and did that. I don't know any more about his reasoning for March 2007, other than it was approximately 10 years.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I'm just glad we're going forward with this. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, if we discover at the end of this process that there are some policies that predate the 2007, we certainly can consider them also. Okay. One more time, looking at the screens. Any other commissioners with questions?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Pauline.
I think that my question was mostly that if there is now, Hokule is going to start to bring everything together under her, and there is a list of valid policies that previous commissions actually did pass and are valid, that then the supervisors could go to Hokule now, and it would be less time consuming if they could check with her so that it wouldn't have to go to the AGs anymore. That's all I was saying.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Thank you for that clarification, Pauline. That would be the first step. And then if there are questions, then of course the AGs would provide us with advice. Thank you. I'm going to ask one more time. I don't see any hands up right now. Okay. Okay, Hokule, thank you very much for the presentation this morning. Commissioners, thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
We'll go to HSD, take agenda item D1.
Chair,
Oh, standby, yes.
I have a question or a request.
Is that Randy?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead,
regarding
Randy.
regarding item C5, I would ask that we consider going into exec session now rather than later. And the reason I'm asking is because I look at the agenda, and in our exec session, we'll go over criminal investigations. I think given the breadth and scope of the problems that our beneficiaries are, how they're being affected by inadequate capacity to address high levels of criminal activity on our land, I expect that we might take a deep dive into that subject matter. And so I would rather we focus on that rather than trying to add too many things onto the agenda for that purpose.
Okay, Randy, we only have one more workshop and decision making to go before we get to the exec session. And the reason that it was listed was to allow it more than enough time to have the discussion. But
okay, that's fine then.
Okay, thank you.
We've got one more item, then I'm okay with that.
Two more items, one more workshop, and then one decision making. Okay, but the decision making has been moved into part of the discussion in exec session. So D1 should go fairly quickly. If you can come to the table. Juan?
Good morning, commissioners. Good to be before you this morning again. Do you have any questions with regards to HSD reports?
It's the monthly reports that HSD provides every month. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very, very much. Let's go to agenda item D7.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Yeah, commissioners, D7 is a presentation on concerns regarding applications branch.
I think this is tied to some of the comments that was made this morning with regards to the spousal substitution that HSD took before you a couple of months ago. Nicole Bell, who is the supervisor for our applications branch, will conduct the presentation for you this morning.
Hi. Hi, good morning, commissioners. Like Juan said, Nicole Bell, Applications Branch Supervisor. Introducing agenda item D7 for information purpose only. I'm doing a presentation on the concerns impacting Applications Branch. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you for your time and hope that with your support and guidance, we can work together to help address some of these concerns that I will share. The first slide is just an outline of my presentation. I'll begin with providing an overview of the applications branch and then briefly share about the different authorities and policies that govern how the branch operates, and then spend most of my time discussing the concerns with regard to the waitlist, successorship, and NHQ. I do want to preface my by saying that the list of concerns I'll be sharing today is by no means a complete list of concerns, but rather kind of the immediate concerns that we're dealing with, that we're trying to address at this time. So generally, the life of an application can be broken down into 4 stages: NHQ, application, waitlist, and successorship. And the ultimate goal of the department is for every application to end with a lease award. However, as we know, sometimes an applicant passes away prior to an award. And as a result, the application moves from stage 3 waitlist to stage 4 successorship. This flow chart is an outline of the application intake process. This usually takes about 2 months, sometimes even longer. Generally, an application is not accepted until the potential applicant's NHQ has been verified. The one exception to this rule is if an applicant mails in their application. However, if the necessary documents aren't included, we do send the application back via certified mail and give them instructions on what is it that they need to help with their NHQ verification. Once a potential applicant's NHQ is verified, the application is accepted and date stamped. An acknowledgement letter is mailed out confirming the receipt of the application and informing the applicant about the 2-month processing time. Birth certificates must be verified at the Hawaii Department of Health to assure DHHL is determining blood quantum based on biological parentage versus legal parentage. And once BCs have been verified, the application is routed internally for approval and then added to the respective waitlist. A copy of the application along with a letter confirming the date and completion of the application is sent to the applicant. And if for some reason through the Department of Health verification process, that process reveals a birth certificate amendment, the application is returned back to the applicant informing them about the amendment and giving them instructions on how they can access their records. Next slide. Some data points to highlight. The application branch maintains a waitlist of 28,730 applicants, which equals to 45,869 applications. Annually, we process about 350 new applications. We also prepare about 300 transactions for Hawaii Homes Commission. And these transactions include transfers or cancellations. And these are cancellations for either successorships, for new awards, voluntary cancellations, or for deceased applicants. Each year, an average of 100 names are prepared for the public notice for deceased applicants. And last month, staff in the branch have responded to more than 150 phone calls, prepared application packets for 293 inquiries, and have processed 365 data transactions within APEX, which is the department's data management program. These transactions include address, phone, email, and name changes. Moving on to policy. As Hokule mentioned earlier, these are the different authorities that govern how the department is managed. Most of the guidance on how the applications branch operate derive from the Hawaii administrative rules. The sections I've listed here of the Hawaii administrative rules advises the department on what forms shall be used to apply for homestead, who may qualify as an applicant, what primary and secondary documents can be used to determine an individual's NHQ, how an application is processed, what types of waiting lists shall be maintained for each island, and how successorships are to be completed. For most cases, the Hawaii administrative rules help to facilitate a fairly smooth process from intake to successorship. However, every so often, certain situations arise, prompting the need to perhaps amend or introduce new policy. With that said, that brings us to the next section of the presentation, the concerns that I'd like to share. There are two concerns I'd like to bring up with regard to the waitlist. The first concern is that there are 3,603 applicants on the waitlist that have not maintained a current address or contact information. Last year, the department began a partnership with the Department of Transportation to address this issue. Our data sharing agreement allowed us to work together in updating 2,031 addresses in our system. I feel like that was a success. However, even with that effort, we still have this concern, and that number you see here today is a number that was pulled just last week. So we still do have a number of applicants on the wait list with invalid mailing addresses. Another concern to point out is that we currently have 971 applicants on the wait list that are born between 1905 and 1930. That would mean these applicants are between the ages of 90 and 116 years old. Health data suggests that a person born in the early 1900s has a 2.1% chance of living to 100 years old. So that translates to about 2 out of every 100 people. Using what the health data suggests, of the 971 applicants born between these years, approximately 20 people may still be alive, which leaves us with 951 applicants that may need to be processed for successorship or for cancellation. Current procedures require the relatives of deceased applicants to submit their death certificate before the department can take any action. Perhaps a change in procedure is needed to help resolve this concern. Moving on to successorships, the main concern here is the large number of pending successorships we have. This number of 1,070 deceased applicants represents how many applicants in which the department has received death certificates for. On average, we receive about 100 death certificates annually, and if you subtract that from the 1,070 deceased applicants, that leaves us with about 970 pending successorships. And these successorships may have been pending for at least 2 years or even longer. There's a couple of things I'd like to share about the successorship process to help you understand why there are so many pending successorships. There are 4 different types of successors. A successor who is named by the deceased applicant and is also an applicant on the wait list, or a named successor who is a non-applicant. And then we have claimants who have come forward through the public notice process and are either an applicant themselves or a non-applicant. So each scenario requires different procedures, and generally the easiest or quickest to process is the named successor who is already an applicant on the wait list. Because they're an applicant, their NHQ has already been verified, and since their relative has named them, there is no need for a public notice process or for commission approval. The only commission approval the branch would need is approval to cancel the successor's own application so that he or she can succeed to their relative's application. When it comes to named successors, the 2 common reasons for the delay in processing successorships is either we haven't been able to verify the successor's NHQ, or that we haven't been able to contact the successor. For claimants responding to a public notice, these claimants are actually given 1 year to clear their NHQ. So the whole NHQ process isn't a concern for public notice claimants, how it is for named successors. But they too are difficult to get a hold of, especially if they're not an applicant on the waitlist themselves. Sometimes we have difficulty contacting them, which of course can delay the process. And then another reason is that there are situations where multiple siblings have put in a claim, but of course, only one can succeed the application, and the family hasn't decided or haven't come to an agreement as to who will succeed. So we have situations like that have been kind of sitting on the wait list for a while and a decision hasn't been made. Perhaps setting a clear timeline as to how long a named successor has to verify their NHQ or how long siblings have to make a decision is needed to help move things along. Another consideration is to maybe include a condition for not meeting that timeline, such as having the application canceled altogether. And then last but not least, I like to share some of the concerns related to NHQ. The first concern I like to mention relates to establishing biological parentage. Like I mentioned earlier, the Hawaii administrative rules indicate or state what primary and secondary documents can be used to verify a person's NHQ. The rules also allow for genetic testing to establish biological parentage. However, lately there are situations where applicants are older and the alleged biological parent, along with all of their siblings, are deceased. And so the option to use genetic testing is not feasible for them. Perhaps situations like these can be addressed through the NHQ process policy that was adopted by the Commission last year. The other immediate concern related to NHQ is the pending or PED applicants we have on a wait list. Currently, there are 767 pending NHQ applicants on the wait list. These are applicants whose NHQ has not been verified, and they either fall into two categories. Either it's clear that they do not meet the 50% requirement, or further documentation is needed to help clear them. In some cases, the department is just waiting for a copy of the applicant's birth certificate to clear them. Staff within the applications branch have begun auditing files of the PED applicants, identifying those who need more documentation versus those who clearly do not qualify. For applicants that need more documentation, letters have been mailed out stating what documents are needed that may help to clear their NHQ. As staff continue working through these cases, the NHQ policy provides a pathway for us to discuss more complex situations. The spousal substitution is another policy that could be used as well. The spousal substitution policy was introduced to offer pending or non-qualified applicants on the waitlist who were up for an award the ability to substitute their qualified spouse so that the family would not lose out on an award. The only two conditions for a spousal substitution is that one, the applicant does not qualify as a native Hawaiian, and two, the qualified spouse was married to the applicant at the time of filing the application. A couple of months ago, I introduced an agenda item for action. It was to approve the spousal substitution of a deceased applicant. The circumstances of this scenario met the two conditions of the spousal substitution. However, other factors prompted the need to defer on the action. Perhaps this may be a good time to revise or update the conditions for a spousal substitution. I imagine of the 767 pending applicants on the waitlist, I'm sure there will be situations where pending applicants have a qualified spouse. I think it would be ideal to update the policy before introducing any more action items under it. In closing, I'd like to share an observation I've noticed while trying to address some of these concerns. One common issue, whether we're talking about the 3,600 applicants with invalid mailing addresses, or the 900 pending successorships, or the 767 applicants with pending NHQs, is that despite the department's efforts to contact these beneficiaries, most times we do not hear back from them. Perhaps putting resources towards some kind of locating service could be considered. And that's it. Any questions or any discussion?
Commissioners?
Yeah, Chair.
Go ahead, Zachary.
Yeah, Nicole, thank you for your presentation. Very informative. Um, regarding your successorship, let's say a successor passes away, so that and then another successor would like to apply for that lease. So is that person still have to have at least 25% Hawaiian or 50% Hawaiian?
So for succeeding an application, the successor must be 50%. It is
Okay.
not until they become a lessee where they can be 25.
But so the child of that person that is giving that child, he or she only requires 25%, right?
That holds true for someone that has a lease already.
Right.
But on the application side, the successor has to be 50% Native Hawaiian. Because essentially they're taking the deceased applicant's place on the wait list. And to be on the wait list, you have to be 50%.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Dennis?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. There's a lot of things to consider here and a lot of things to discuss. I'd like to ask you if you could put this in written form so we could sort of go over it. There is a ton of things. I see one problem that we have, and I witnessed that right here in Kauai. We don't put a time limit.
Yes.
And there's got to be a point where we've got to put a time limit on things and say, look, if for instance, if somebody passes away and you're going to claim this, you have a time limit to get your information in. If we're going to wait a year, that means that somebody's sitting on the wait list, other people on the wait list want property we can't put them into. If we're going to wait a year, that property is going to fall apart, then nobody's going to want it. So I think that time limits are important. We have a property in Keikaha that's been sitting here for 5 or 6 years. We have made contact with the person. The person hasn't given us the information. And I got the whole neighborhood going crazy going, we got rats, homeless, and everything else. So there has to be a reasonable time limit to say, you've got 90 days to get your information in. If you don't, it's going to go back to Hawaiian Homes. If you are a relative, then we decide whether they get, whatever the value of the improvements are. But I think we got to put a time limit. Otherwise, you're just going to be wasting your time. And I'm sure it gets frustrating going over the same things over and over and over, trying to contact people. And I think we can only go so far. But I think if we get time limits on a lot of these things, it will help. But I appreciate if we get this in written form so we could sort of piecemeal it and give you some ideas on where we want to go. Thank you.
Okay, Dennis. And there are two situations here. One is an actual lease successorship and an application successorship. Which one, if you had a priority to deal with first, which one would you like to deal with?
Well, they're both issues that we have to deal with. I mean, and it seems like just through the presentation that there is some frustration, and I want to make sure that we're supporting the department. So I'd like to look at it all, and then decide. And let the department tell us where their frustration is and what they'd like to get cleaned up. Maybe attack that first. I think that's where we ought to go. It's not my preference to really be there.
All right, Dennis. Excuse me, David.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nicole. And maybe this is a question for Ryan, but for the people that don't have verifiable addresses, are we able to deal with that through publication? I mean, it's 3,600 people, but are we able to deal with that through publication?
Hi, it's Ryan here. Through publication, I would recommend probably an administrative rule because it's affecting the rights of private individuals in order to slash them from whatever list or whatnot.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily saying we would slash them from the list. I was just saying to try and get in touch with them. Can we do publication?
Oh yes, as long as there's no department action taken, and it's just effort to get into contact, then yeah, the department can do that without rules.
Okay, and then, but if we wanted to then take them off because you still can't get in touch with them, we have to create a new admin rule. And that would also apply to the 971 people that are between 100 and 130 years old or something like that.
If you wanted to cut or make adjustments in a mass way like what you're proposing, then I would recommend a rule.
Okay, and then Nicole, on the P applicants, what's the division or what's the numbers between the ones that you're just waiting for additional information and the ones that clearly don't qualify?
We haven't gone through the entire list of PEDS yet, so I'm unsure at this moment.
Yeah, I would suggest that if there are the ones who clearly don't qualify, that perhaps those would be the first ones that you bring before the commission for us to deal with. Yeah, so at least we can get them off of your book, so to speak. And then as far as the other ones, then I guess we'll wait for some way to for you guys to make some recommendation as to the people that still have something else to give you. And I understand that some people, for whatever reason, don't want to do that. But on the last one, which had to do with the spousal substitution, what I heard you saying is that there may be spouses right now that would qualify if their other spouse passed away. Is that right?
As far as the spousal substitution, the PED applicant does not have to be deceased. They can very well still be alive, and if they're PED and they have a qualified spouse, then it would be ideal or nice to be able to use the spousal substitution in that situation.
Okay, so it's something that we could do now?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe that is something that maybe we should take a look at again from a policy level so that we can make a decision if any changes need to be made. So people who fall into that situation can make use of that spousal substitution and still get the benefit of being an applicant or their spouse will be an applicant.
An applicant, yes. Yeah. I think maybe one thing to be aware of though is maybe we might need to discuss whether or not if that qualified spouse was a former lessee or a former applicant, whether we want to consider that still for that type of situation.
What would be the difference?
Well, they themselves are, if they were, I'm just thinking that if they were already a former applicant or a former lessee, that the family had an opportunity already for a homestead.
Okay, so if they do the substitution, then what you're saying is they would go to the bottom of the list as opposed to assuming the P applicant status.
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is that should we consider that for people who have already held a lease?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think we kind of talked about that yesterday, whether whether or not people can keep going back on the lists and stuff like that. But thank you very much. I look forward if you're going to be bringing something forward so we can try and resolve some of these things for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Russell, and then Patty after.
Hi, Nicole. I have a question regarding that same line that David had regarding if Kupuna is on the list, has not been awarded, but wants to pass on that pending application to family. That family member has to be 50% Native Hawaiian. But with the spousal substitution policy, which looks like came into place in 1982 or so, that you can go have your child go marry somebody who's 50% Hawaiian and use that person's NHQ to transfer your pending application. Is that correct?
Actually, the spousal substitution is limited to only the applicant's spouse. So if the applicant is PED, they're not qualified, right? And they have a spouse who is qualified and they were married to each other at the time of application, then you can do that spousal substitution. But you can't apply it to your child's spouse, you know, or your grandchild's spouse. It can only be.
So, okay.
Yeah.
No, so I misunderstood. So for that kupuna who's 100 plus and is gonna, in all likelihood, die on the list, there is no means of transferring their interest or their position on the list.
Well, there still is the ability for them to name a successor. It's just that they would have to name a successor that is 50%.
Okay, so, and then, but they couldn't name a successor who was less than 50%, who had a spouse that was 50% or more. That the spousal substitution policy doesn't apply to that.
It does not apply to that, no.
So.
And successors are also limited to specific relationships as well. So a spouse can be a successor, or a child, grandchild, sibling, and then nieces and nephews.
And this is for your position on the list, basically.
Yes.
Your pending application.
Yes.
Whereas if you have an award and you have a lease, those rules change, right?
Yes, if you have a lease already, then the blood quantum drops to 25%. But again, that's specific to certain relationships. That can only be applied to your spouse, your children, your grandchildren, or your sibling.
So how do people sell? Because I know it happens a lot. How do they sell their leasehold interest? How do they sell their Hawaiian Homes lease?
That is the one.
Yeah, Commissioner, this is Juan. A lessee has the ability to transfer, whether there's a attachment of a sale or not. A lessee can transfer a lease to any 50% Hawaiian. Or as Nicole indicated, a transfer can also be done to a lessee's 25% spouse, child, grandchild, or sibling. But a lessee has the ability, again, a lessee has the ability to transfer that lease interest to anyone who is verified to be at least 50% Native Hawaiian.
So if they wanna cash out their position, they find a buyer who's 50% or more, good. If they want to just transfer it to this limited definition of family members, then 25% is the quantum they need to meet.
That's correct. 25% spouse, child, grandchild, or sibling.
So okay, thank you. On the spousal substitution, that's a policy that was adopted by the commission in 1982, or is that an administrative rule that was promulgated?
That was a commission policy, yes, in 1982.
Is it within the this commission's ability to relook at that policy and perhaps extend it beyond just the applicant and its spouse and looking at the successor's spouse as I open my comment asking or misunderstanding actually.
Yes, I think this is a good opportunity or a good time for us to be able to have that discussion and see whether or not the spousal substitution policy should be amended or some more language to be added to it. Yes.
Is it within this commission's ability to relook or come up with a policy that would permit a successorship of a pending application to someone that is less than 50% Native Hawaiian?
No, I believe that level of, yes, would need to be.
Is that an AG question or?
I believe the act is certain. The department has the authority to award leases to beneficiaries that are 50% Hawaiian. And again, that's the requirement to be placed on the wait list.
So my understanding, this concept of undivided interest that we no longer use, was that system created because people were dying on the wait list and we wanted to get awards out so that they could get into the award successorship line instead of the pending application line?
I'm not in a position to answer that clearly, but I think it may have been a consideration. But I think the other factor was to provide a lease award to an applicant and giving the department the ability to plan for the development of a certain parcel. Again, just because of the limited resources that the department had, again, reserving a spot on a 100-acre parcel for an applicant who received the undivided interest lease to prepare him or herself for financial ability to qualify for the purchase of a turnkey or vacant lot opportunity. But I don't think it was in itself a way to provide a lease opportunity simply because individuals were passing away on the list.
As a consequence, Russell, because there was a lease, a paper lease, it allowed for the transfer to another 50%er or to a 25%er within that familial line as pointed out by the statute and the administrative rules.
So if that was a byproduct of that form of leasehold or documenting this transaction, I think that was a good thing. And I understand, because I've asked the last couple of meetings, that we no longer do that. And I would myself think that would be something we would look at for that express purpose, that it allows kupuna who are dying on the list to pass a interest to someone who is less than 50% within these limited familial lines or relationships.
It is certainly within the purview of the commission to consider something similar. What we had discussed, I'm going to ask Joby to come back up. We had discussions about such an effort. It's called the Kuhio lease. And go ahead, jump in, Joby.
Yes, commissioners, there was actually a lot of due diligence work done by staff in looking at the concept that's an undivided interest, but essentially relabeling it a kuhio lease, because as you've identified, Commissioner Kaupu, there is an inequity between applicants on the waiting list and their ability to leave their application to family members who are less than 50 as compared to lessees. So this was a way to bring some parity for beneficiaries. There are a lot of legal complexities that were encountered, which Ryan, we can discuss, or there are some legal complexities that were encountered in looking at the kuhio lease that can be discussed in executive session. There are some logistical issues as to how you transition the waiting list from applicants to kuhio lessee holders and the impact to workload. But I think primarily some of the legal questions that were raised kind of stopped the momentum on looking at that particular issue. It doesn't mean that it couldn't be revisited and considered. So I did want to, I do know that, I mean, that's been a conversation with the commission maybe for the last 6 or 7 years off and on. And there was quite a bit of effort at the staff level looking at this initially and trying to see whether something like this could be put in place.
So, Chair, is that something we can add to our already full executive session today, or is that for a later discussion? The legal points relevant to this kuhio lease and implementing something of that nature.
I think, Commissioner Kaupu, maybe for the March meeting, we could do a presentation in exec session so that you have more of the background, and then Ryan would have time to prepare more of the legal answers to the questions.
Thank you.
Is it possible, Chair, that we could do a general presentation on the kuhio lease program in regular session and then reserve the specific legal questions to executive session?
Yes, it can be done. We've done it before. It can be done.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's something that everybody wants to learn about, including myself.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
That'll be in March. We have Patty, then Randy, then Dave. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Patty.
Chair. No, I'm going to yield because my questions are answered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Randy? Randy,
Yeah,
then
I
Dave.
will also yield. My questions have since been answered.
Okay, thank you. David?
Thank you, Chair. I never yield a chance to open my mouth.
Oh, Rip.
Yeah, I agree with you, Russell. We had looked at the kuhio lease. I don't see the same legal issues that perhaps the AGs see because I do quiet title type cases, and I have seen undivided interest of 3,280. You know what I mean? And people holding that as an interest, and I don't really see a difference between holding that in a fee simple or holding that in a lease product that's attached to a piece of land. There are obviously other issues, but it would allow us to, in essence, clear out the wait list, because everybody would then be attached to a piece of land with an undivided interest. There's other issues that you're going to have going forward, like when do they actually get to be on the land? That's different, but at least they don't lose the place to transfer to their 25% kids, to their, whatever. in the meantime, and I think that that was your concern, and that was our concern when we looked at this some years ago. But my question for Chair is, you know, that when we lowered the blood quantum for successors to 25%, which was long before me, that was with consent of Congress, right?
I would prefer to answer that question in executive session.
Oh.
It did?
I think that's just a historical fact.
Okay, I stand corrected. I'm thinking of another situation. Joby will bring some clarification. I stand corrected.
Yes, so the lowering of the blood quantum on the successorship initially required the consent of Congress, and then I believe even allowing for the transfer to happen to the specific eligible class of 25% successors, as I recall, also required the consent of Congress.
Okay, so and so my question is, given that we have a 50-50 split, but the vote by the vice president, is this a good time? Does the department see this as a good time to move forward the 1/32 blood quantum? Because that also impacts a lot of our existing lessees. So I'm just wondering if we're looking at any opportunity here. Thank you.
The answer to your question, David, is we are in discussions with the Department of Interior right now about a package of legislative initiatives to request our congressionals to approve via consent of Congress. So the answer is yes. The short answer is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners, questions? Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, this question is for Nicole and Juan. Just a question regarding new applicants. You mentioned you averaged about 300 to 350 new applicants a year. And out of the new applicants, you mentioned about 100 or so that might qualify. And how long does that take within a year to qualify?
So I do want to clarify, Commissioner, that the number I presented, the 350, is new applications. So there are 350 new applications, not applicants, that we process each year. And then
applications.
Yeah. And so the application process takes about 2 months. It may take longer. It just depends. But it takes an average of about 2 months.
So you said 300 applications per year. Is that what you're saying? That you receive?
300, yes, 350 applications each year.
So within the past 5 years, that's what you averaged?
That's the average of the past 5 years. Yes.
So in essence, then, that the waiting list is growing, right?
Yes, the waiting list is growing.
And another question is the workload that you folks have. Is that how many people are doing the work right
So
now?
I have a very strong team of 5 employees, including myself. We are very welcome to more hands to help us, but
You guys
that's what we
do a terrific job, but
Thank you.
you guys need more helping hand. That's all
Yes, I have a really awesome team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zachary, Russell, and then Pauline.
Chair, on this list of items that you're discussing with federal congressional delegation or federal authorities regarding changes, I'm guessing the answer is going to be that it's premature right now. But is that something that we can be privy to and
Sure,
and,
we can share.
and know about?
We definitely can share that with you.
And then is this a recent thing that has been put forth, or this is over a series of administrations? This list has been gathered and talked about?
So when we talk about amendments to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, they all have already been passed by the state legislature and signed by the governor. The list goes back probably to the mid-90s of actions that require the consent of Congress. From the time that some of these actions, so including the purpose clause, let's say, for example, which was done in the mid-90s, if not earlier, the implementation of part, I think it's 47, that deals with, it's either part 47 or 48 at the Department of Interior's Code of Federal Regulations, administrative rules, and the passage of the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act that lays out a very specific process that the Department of Interior has to go through in reviewing and recommending to Congress whether consent is required. So in the case of the blood quantum reduction, which was the most recent amendment to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, that Department of Interior review is still ongoing. So when Chair talks about speaking with the congressional delegation, the strategy of getting these through Congress is really, we rely upon them, because even though it's 50-50 on the Senate side, it's still a very contentious environment on the Hill. And the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, though we treat it like sacred, like the Bible, like you can't change it, Congress has its own ideas because it started with Congress. So we do have to be very careful as we talk about amendments, because we may end up with amendments that we didn't intend to want. So that conversation with the delegation and it is still one that is very early in the process. When we had this conversation earlier, when it was more, the R's were more in control on the Hill, there was real reservation amongst the congressional members who are on the committees of jurisdiction, raising any issue having to do with blood quantum. So we absolutely can provide that information. It's not anything new. Part of the reason why we have not looked at major amendments to the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is because the queue waiting for consent is fairly extensive. And so no use putting anything more in the queue until you have a sense of the likelihood of getting consents through. So that's kind of the status there. And we, I think the thought was it'd be better to have the queue waiting up on the Hill, because sometimes the window opens for a very brief moment and then it closes, versus starting from scratch down here. And so that's kind of the status.
Thanks, Joey. I appreciate the political complexities. And I think a simple, like a summary of the different things that are in process, and, some indication of where in the process they are, like they're before Department of Interior or further or something like that, because it's not new, but it's new to me. So I'd like to get up to speed on it.
Okay, we can do that. We'll have that for you.
Thank
Pauline,
you.
Pauline, and then Dennis.
No, my questions were answered. Ka'apu spoke enough for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Dennis?
Yes, just for Nicole. Nicole, so it seems like, you've got 5 people in your group that handle this. So it seems like your concerns would be staff. How's the technology are you using? Do you have the proper technology to do the type of work you need to do?
I think there's definitely room for improvement in the technology realm. I think every state department kind of suffers of, having to deal with some archaic systems. So there's definitely improvement in that area that we would appreciate.
Thanks. And then we can support that with maybe looking at some policies. In concerns to what Commissioner Kopu had brought up about some of this this, about the 132nd. I remember hearing that before I came on the commission, and it was sort of lost in the wind. But again, this would be probably something that Hokule would put together in her project. But my concern as a commissioner, as I'm on the commission, I'm sort of grasping things as they come along. And my concern is that anything the department is planning on doing or getting involved in something or making some kind of decisions needs to somehow be communicated back to the commission. Because if you go forward with something, then you come back to the commission to approve it. It's sort of like we should be involved somehow, communicated, this is what we're going to do. This is where we're pushing. This is the political environment at this point. And I'm sure that's why we haven't done some of these things. But as Commissioner Cooper said, it's stuff we just need to know. So we're not thrown on, okay, you're going to look at it today and you got to vote tomorrow. Some advance information sure would help us be more confident in what we're voting on and whether we agree or disagree as where the department's going. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Looking for hands. Any other commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Nicole. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could take a 5-minute break and then come back for execs. Hopefully what will be exec session. Okay, 5-minute break.
Chair?
Yes.
So as we get ready for executive session, I would like to request we take up C5 first. And then if there's any public venue discussion that's required, that we do that and then re-enter into exec session. So we have a clear slate to address the criminal investigation portion of the exec session.
Yeah, Randy, you may have come on a little bit later. We had a request from Dennis to ask some legal questions regarding C5 in exec session. So that's C5 is moved to exec session for those discussions, and then we'll come back out and make a decision on the public section side.
Right, so that's my request, that we take that up first. And
okay, we'll do so.
That agenda item and re-enter into exec session.
Okay, so we'll go into exec session. Your suggestion is go into exec session, have the conversation, come back out.
For the public discussion, if that's required.
Well, for decision making has to be in public, and then go back into exec, and then go back into exec for the other discussion. That's your suggestion. Right. Okay.
Yes, that's
Patty,
my request.
No,
Patty has her hands up.
I yield, Mr. Chair. I agree.
You agree? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, so 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Wait.
Huh?
Thank you.
Russell?
Are
you're muted, Russell.
I don't know how that gets turned on. I don't know if that's me or not, but there was something earlier that you wanted Commissioner Ka'apu's presence to address. Just housekeeping. Did you want to take that up now before we go into exec, or?
C12.
Commission Secretary is saying yes. So let me ask David, were you able to review the YouTube
C12?
The YouTube video of the open session regarding any edits to the January 12th special meeting? The question is for David. Okay, David, I think is on recess already. Yeah, so we'll get to that as soon as we come back from recess. Okay, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Good answer.
Go. Okay, commissioners, the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is reconvened. Before we go into, before I ask for a motion for executive session, I'll read the declaration. The commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5 subsection A subsection 4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. Commission members, if I can have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, anyone
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Okay, seeing none. Um, All those in favor say aye. Oh, hold on a second. The motion he just read.
Do we have a motion?
Okay, so, no, we need a motion to consider staff recommendation and a second.
A motion and a second.
So moved.
Nevis?
Dennis. Who was the second?
No more.
Second.
Russell, second.
Kaupu, second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to approve staff recommendation. Would commissioners feel better about doing a roll call vote, or voice vote is good enough?
Roll call.
We have a request for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Helm,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaapu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Aye.
Commissioner Namuo,
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Aye with reservations.
got it. Chair Ayla.
Aye.
9 aye, 1 with reservations, motion passes.
Okay, thank you, commissioners, for that good discussion. I will endeavor to make sure that we try to improve communication. Now we have, yes. Now we have a request from the secretary for David. David, did you have an opportunity to review the YouTube
12.
YouTube video of the January 12th, 2021 special meeting? And do you have any edits to offer for that, the minutes regarding that special meeting?
I regret to say that I was wrong. That I did not make any statements. I made all of my statements in executive session. However, on the next day, I did make statement and that wasn't captured, but it's okay. It's okay.
Move to accept.
If you,
I'm confused.
Commissioner, if
Move
you would
to
like to submit,
I do not. I do not want to submit.
okay,
But thank you very much for the opportunity, and I apologize.
no apologies necessary. Members, can I have a motion to approve the January 12th, 2021 special
Move.
meeting minutes?
So move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries, and
Oh.
Commission Secretary is very happy. Okay, may I have a motion to go into executives?
Gotta keep Leah happy, you know.
To discuss. Did you want to say something? Yes, of course. To discuss the session pursuant to section 92-5, subsection A, subsection 4, HRS, to consult with the attorney, our attorneys, and its questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. May I have that motion to go into exec session?
Still so moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, give us a minute to clear. I will entertain a motion to adjourn, understanding that we'll take a break 10 minutes and then come back and do contested cases. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Evan?
Who second?
I don't know.
Got it? No. Patty, was that you that second, Patty?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. We stand adjourned and take a short.